15 CR 1505, State of Texas versus Otis McKane. Present in the courtroom are all three attorneys for the state, all three attorneys for the defense, as well as the defendant. The jury is not yet in the courtroom. And so we were going to discuss some of the issues that we left off when we left off at the end of the day yesterday. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
Well, there's been a hearing outside the presence of the jury, right? And,
Correct.
And as far as saying, the state has a PowerPoint presentation, which was, I think we'd made some objections to it. The court was going to review it. Since that time, the state's informed us that there's been some editing.
Just removal of what the judge, I think yesterday, Judge, we had, for lack of a better term, a 702, 705 hearing at the request of the defense. In response to that, we tendered to the judge, to the court, the PowerPoint that we intended to use through our expert. I guess pursuant to Rule 104 and 901, the judge found it reliable and authentic. The PowerPoint that the court reviewed and found sufficient, we have taken things out of there. Nothing has been added to what the judge is saying.
But still, Your Honor, we would still object, even if the expert is qualified and the science is reliable. We would still object that this particular photos have already been introduced. In other words, the originals, it's my understanding, of the copies that are in the PowerPoints or that this expert is going to introduce, they've already been introduced to the jury. And from what I can tell, Judge, it doesn't have any more probative value than the photos already in evidence, and therefore that does not make them relevant. If the state could point out and it says, look, this photo shows this that you can't see over here, then that makes it probative, then I'd understand. But my understanding is that it doesn't really show anything new that would be relevant, and therefore its probative value is outweighed either by unfair prejudice or confusion of the issues. And it's also cumulative because they've already introduced the originals, and duplicitous, and the best evidence rule, Your Honor.
All right, so just to make sure that the record is complete, so the court has reviewed the PowerPoint that has been presented by the state, that the expert would present, and there are no new videos or photographs whatsoever on the PowerPoint that has not already been provided to the defense through discovery. Is that right?
That's correct, Judge.
All right.
Just to make the note, those PowerPoints, we got them on Saturday, which is now 4 days ago.
Okay, so the PowerPoint you got Saturday, but in terms of what was inside, in terms of every single slide within the PowerPoint,
Okay.
that was stuff that was already provided to you, like way back, right? The PowerPoint in and of itself?
Not way back, Judge. The photos, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but Danny's our technology expert. My understanding is we got the photos of the inside of the patrol car that were enhanced on June 29th. And
That's great.
so those photos we got on June 29th, which was roughly 13 days before trial.
Okay, so it's been, and it's currently July the 20th. Okay, so as it relates to those particular photos, the enhancements that are going to be used for the PowerPoint, had the defense asked for that type of evidence in the discovery request?
Oh, yes. We have multiple discovery motions, Your Honor, and in addition, I think we have that memorandum that we filed under 3914 that any scientific expert discovery be provided to us. And those motions were filed way a long time ago, before even the Jackson v. Deno hearing that we had. That was months ago.
Okay, so when did then the state obtain the enhanced videos or photographs?
We have had, it's been over a course of time, because something would be sent to us and we'd say, can't use that, or whatever, like in this instance. Everything that we've been sent, they've had in discovery. and there were no specific discovery motions. I think the court may be inquiring. They had a general discovery. They haven't said, oh, we want to know. They didn't even file a motion for a 702, 705 hearing saying, we want to know what your person's going to say ahead of time. In the regular course of business, most people would have known that way before trial to find out what the state's experts were going to say. That wasn't done in this case. But so everything that's in there has been provided to them. Been honest with the court, the PowerPoint, which the entire substance of the PowerPoint is made up of materials that they've been provided. It's just an organizational way for him to help the jury understand his testimony.
And so as it relates to the enhanced documents that are within the PowerPoint, when did the state obtain those?
Well, for all of them, they've had them, I think, since March.
No.
I think the first batches were uploaded on March 4th. There were some later enhancements, I guess, that we got on the date they're saying in June.
Specifically, Judge, the ones we got were the ones from the camera inside the patrol vehicle of Officer Marconi.
All right,
Those
so-
we've only had 2 weeks.
So I guess what I'm asking is, how long was the time period between when the state had the enhanced photographs or videos that are within the PowerPoint? How long did it take for that to get over to the
As
defense?
soon as we receive something,
The same day.
Ms. Schultz
yeah.
uploads it.
So immediately, right, so the day that y'all obtained any enhancements as it relates to the evidence that would be in the PowerPoint, y'all immediately made that available to the defense?
Yes, sir.
At the longest, it would have been the next day.
Okay. And so, is there any response to that?
Well,
defense?
I mean, I'm going to take them at their word. Let's say we got them on June 29th. I'm speaking specifically about the ones inside the vehicle of Officer Marconi. Let's say they got them on June 27th or June 28th, and we got them on June 29th. What I'm submitting to the court, suggesting to the court, is that that's not the standard. I mean, if they got something the day before trial, some new expert told them something, the standard is not, well, we gave it to them the next day, and here we are at trial. But, you know, and again, Judge, I just want to make sure that the court, as the gatekeeper, under, I believe, 403, saw added probative value to these specific photos, because I don't see it. Maybe at my naked eye, I don't see it. But if the court, as the gatekeeper, saw some probative value that's relevant, then I understand.
Well, Your Honor, we presented a memo of the law to you yesterday on this issue. The defense has had an opportunity to respond, and they have come forward with no contravening law on this issue. That memo talked about the importance of image enhancement technology in a forensic setting. Your gatekeeping function under Rule 104, I take it that the court has done because the court looked at the materials and said it was fine for us to proceed. So I just stand on that. The other thing is they've had notice of Mr. Bretz as our NASA witness for months.
And that's what I was going to ask.
Yes, sir.
When specifically did y'all provide notice of Mr. Bretz as being a potential witness in this case?
Do you remember when?
Look at our budget.
Check it.
Judge, if you'll give me a brief minute, I can get on the clerk's website to tell you specifically
Okay.
the date we filed that additional notice of experts.
All right, so defense, when y'all got those, did y'all make any efforts to have an expert look at those? I'm talking about the enhanced photographs that are going to make up the PowerPoint that the state is attempting to get through the witness.
Well, Your Honor, without, in an attempt not to disclose strategy, I would rather not disclose whether we consulted an expert or not.
Okay. And so are you asking for time to have an expert review the PowerPoint which the state is attempting to get in?
No, Judge, we're not asking for a continuance.
We just stand under
It wouldn't,
Okay.
I'm sure the expertise that the state has obtained would be as good as we could ever get anywhere. And I
Okay.
have no reason to doubt this guy's integrity, this witness.
we just, for purposes of the judicial economy, Judge, we just stand on the objections we've made so far.
Okay. And then so state, you're saying that, I mean, as you're looking that up, it's been at least 3 months since you provided the expert witness list?
I can't, I mean, I don't want to tell you here, I don't know. I know it's been a while, so I'll defer to Ms. Schultz. Ms. Schultz was in charge of giving notifications and things like that. Mr. Bretz is an expert witness.
Oh, no, we had it plenty of time, Judge.
Okay. All right. And then so,
The only other thing I'd like right now, Judge, we lodged our objections. At the time they offer it, if it can just be admitted so that we don't have to re-urge an objection on the record in front of the jury.
you got it. So you'll have a running objection on that issue. All right. And so that being the case, the court itself having observed the PowerPoint that the state is trying to bring in through the expert, finding that there are no other images or videos that had not previously been given over to the defense, I'll allow the state's expert, Mr. Bretz, to use his PowerPoint as a demonstrative and not as evidence for the defense to be, for the jury to take back to the jury room.
Understood.
All right. Anything else?
Not from the defense.
All right.
Before the jury's brought in the issue regarding the search of the defendant's car, the second search that CSI Mark Machado participated in.
We have the jury coming in. Machado can wait, you think?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, we'll have him wait.
All rise for the jury. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Welcome back, members of the jury. Hope you had a good day so far. State where we last left off, we were in your case in chief. You can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls for David Bretz.
have a seat.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'll swear you again. I know you've been sworn, but
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You can introduce yourself to the jury, please. Make sure everybody can hear you.
Hi, my name is David Bretz, B-R-E-T-Z.
All right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bretz, can you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what you do for a living, please?
Okay. I'm an image analyst at NASA. I work for the Image Science and Analysis Group at Johnson Space Center in Houston, and I've been working there for the last 25 years.
And when you say NASA, what is that an acronym for?
The National Aerospace Association.
Okay, Space Administration?
Space Administration, sorry.
And is that also known as the Johnson Space Center?
Johnson Space Center, yes.
All right. And what group do you work with there at NASA?
The Image Science and Analysis Group.
And what is the purpose of the Image and Analysis Group?
We enhance imagery of videos from flight, of shuttle launches, and past shuttle launches, or any rocket launches with NASA astronauts. We support the astronaut office, the flight director's office, and the Office of Safety and Mission Assurance, as well as the engineering department.
And as part of your, can you tell the members of the jury a little bit about your background? I take it you live in Houston?
I live in Houston, yes.
Okay. And tell them your educational background, please.
I studied physics and astronomy at the University of Rochester in New York, and I also have a master's degree in imaging science from the Rochester Institute of Technology, also in New York.
So based on your 25 years of work with NASA, do you consider yourself, or are you considered an expert in cameras, optics, and image analysis?
Yes.
And can you tell the members of the jury a little bit about how, or the history of how the group you work with at NASA came into being?
The group was formed after the Shuttle Challenger accident that exploded on launch. That was before my time, but we enhance and look at launch footage and look for anything anomalous, and we make reports to the mission team. We also were very involved in the Shuttle Columbia accident investigation, and information that I've analyzed and provided to that board was used in their final report.
And over your time in this field, Mr. Bretz, have you published any articles in any journals or publications with regard to the issue you're talking about here today, image analysis?
I've published a few things in astronomy journals back when I was doing my master's degree. I've been listed as an author on a couple of papers for analysis of parachute dynamics.
Can you tell the members of the jury what image enhancement analysis is?
It's a process of improving the quality of an image to make objects seen by the camera clearer, and for highlighting information information that's already there. It's trying to make it more clear what the camera captured without trying to add any new information, but just preserve what's there and highlight the important information. It's also used to suppress information that's unnecessary, that might be clouding your view of what you're looking at, such as camera noise and things like that.
What would camera noise be?
Cameras, if you're amplifying a signal from a camera, there's random thermal noise that will cause fluctuation in the pixel values, the intensity, and that can show up if you enhance the imagery. If you try to improve the contrast a great deal, you might be enhancing the noise as well. It's important to suppress the noise if you're going to be enhancing the contrast extensively in some imagery.
Without going into any unnecessary detail about the projects you've worked on in the past over the last 25 years. Can you tell the members of the jury maybe about one project that they might be familiar with that's had some notoriety in which you had to utilize image enhancement technology?
Yes. The Shuttle Challenger, the Shuttle Columbia accident, which was caused by foam coming off of the external tank, struck the left wing of the shuttle, and my group was involved in analyzing the videos and film, mostly film, that saw the foam strike the wing. I enhanced images of the external tank to look for that area where the foam came from, and in order to do that, I registered together several images from the film, stabilizing the motion, registering the pictures on, and laying them on top of one another and adding through them or averaging through them to reduce the amount of noise. It was through that process that we were able to see more clearly what part of the foam was missing after the debris came off the tank. There were also a lot of videos submitted by the public of the shuttle breaking up over Texas, and also pieces were coming off as far back as California, and our group synthesized together some of those videos to show a full history of the pieces coming off, and I did some tracking of the objects as they left the vehicle to try to determine the direction of those pieces so that they could try to find them on the ground.
Yeah, Mr. Bretz, my grades in science were abysmal, but you were explaining to me, or trying to explain to me, I think you used a phrase called signal-to-noise ratio, or something to that effect, when you're looking or performing image enhancement analysis. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Right. With any detection or attempt to understand something that you're observing, there's a signal, there's something that you're interested in trying to observe or see, and noise is anything that's unrelated to that or might be making it more difficult for you to see it. And so signal to noise is a term often used in scientific or astronomical context. And one of the main things we try to do with enhancement is try to improve the signal to noise. So we're trying to improve the features that we're interested in and suppress the things that we're less interested in.
So in any image that you're looking at or that you're trying to analyze, are you adding any detail to the original image that you're looking at?
No. We're trying to preserve the information that's there, and we're applying processes that are global in their effect on the entire image. So every pixel is treated with the same process.
So would it be fair to say that any detail that exists in the original is going to exist in the enhanced, but maybe just not as visible?
Correct. Or more visible.
More visible, thank you. Did you use multi-frame averaging analysis in the work we asked you to do?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use multi-frame image analysis when you were working on the Columbia?
Yes.
Okay. So was it the same technique, process, principle, and software that you used for your work for the DA's office today or recently?
Exact same, yes.
What areas, can you tell the members of the jury, what areas, well, let me step back for a second. Image enhancement analysis, we're talking in this case about digital imagery. Has image enhancement analysis existed before digital imagery?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain that?
You can process images in the darkroom with film, and you can enhance images. You can improve the contrast with color filters on black and white film. This is what Ansel Adams did with many of his black and white photographs. You can superimpose images on top of one another in the darkroom. So, I mean, the idea of falsifying imagery has been around for a long period of time. And also trying to improve the contrast or do other processes. I think were possible before digital, but digital offers a lot of control and new techniques, more techniques that film doesn't necessarily offer.
Can you tell the members of the jury what areas or industries or applications image enhancement analysis has beyond NASA and space? Any others?
Yes, there's image analysis going on in the medical field, in microscopy, in radar imaging, and remote sensing, looking at images of the Earth from space, certainly astronomy, if I hadn't said that already. Many fields.
What is microscopy?
Imaging very small objects that you can't see with your eyes through a microscope.
So, would it be fair to say that this technique has it been around for a while now?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that this technique is utilized in terms of human lives, either perpetuating them, making people safe? Would that be fair to say?
That the things that I do assures human safety in spaceflight? Yes.
Would it be fair to say that this technique, people have invested, there may be million or billion dollar investments that ride on the reliability and validity of imaging enhancement technology?
Yes. Over many industries, yes.
In your opinion, after 25 years of being in this field, is this scientific method valid, Mr. Bretz?
Yes.
And has adequate research gone into the specific application of the techniques that you used in this particular case?
Yes.
The software that you utilized in order to do this image analysis, is that software a reliable software that has been used and relied upon in not only your industry, but industries outside of the space program?
Yes.
And did you follow all proper procedures and techniques, including your expertise and including the software you just talked about, and doing the analysis in this particular case?
Yes.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint, Mr. Bretz, in order to help explain to the members of the jury what you were asked to do in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the members of the jury, first of all, what it was you were asked to do as a image enhancement scientist at NASA? What were you asked? What did we ask you to do in this case?
There were some videos of a suspect driving a car to the scene early in the morning and later in the day. They wanted enhancements of the car to look for license plate, to look for any identifying features on the car. There was video of the suspect entering the lobby of the building, and they wanted enhancement of his facial features for identification. There was video of the murder with the hand holding a gun coming through the police car window, and they wanted enhancement of that imagery to identify any features. And there was a video taken from the police car looking forwards of the suspect vehicle leaving the scene that they also wanted enhanced.
Does the quality of the enhancement that you're able to ultimately arrive at, is it dependent upon the quality of the camera or the image-making device itself?
Very much so.
Can you explain that, please?
Cameras come in many types of resolution. The number of pixels that are displayed, there's standard, what we call standard definition, which is like old televisions from the 70s and 80s. It only has about 640 lines horizontally. Modern formats include a larger number of lines, either HD, which is 1920 by 1080 pixels, or even more now, it's 4K, which has quite a few more pixels. So the quality of the camera and also the quality of the recording device really matters, because even if a camera is able to produce a certain number of pixels, it doesn't mean that the recording is going to contain the perfect representation of those pixels. Many recording devices compress the video and and by doing so, they reduce the size of the information that's recorded and also throw away a lot of information.
Why would a lot of information be thrown away?
Because most people want to record many, many hours or days worth of video in a small amount of recording space, and they don't want to have to keep buying hard drives to store it all. So the compression is very commonly found in commercially sold video camera systems, especially security systems.
If you were to record all of that information in HD, I guess for lack of a better term, would your storage requirements be large, or can you tell us about that?
Could be 10 times as large, could be 100 times as large. The amount of compression is very severe in some cases. You could be losing, compared to a complete image with all the information, and you could be saving only 2% or 5% of the original information. As a scientist, we think that's awful, to lose that much information. But in other cases, it's just not necessary to save all that information about every single pixel, and so there is a lot of information that, for the average viewer, it's unimportant.
May I approach with this, Judge?
Yes.
Mr. Bretz, let me show you what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit number 39. And that was admitted as the actual original digital image. Can you tell us what that is?
It's a view of a suspect vehicle. I believe this is the suspect vehicle leaving the scene.
Okay. And did you attempt to, and we'll go into more on your PowerPoint, but did you attempt to enhance that image?
Yes.
Okay. Now let me show you what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit number 40. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you attempt the same process on that original image, attempt to enhance it?
Yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit, this has been admitted into evidence too, State's Exhibit 176, do you recognize that image?
Yes.
And what is that image?
An image of the suspect's left forearm.
Okay. And did you attempt to make an analysis and a comparison using that photo?
There was a comparison with some video evidence that I enhanced, yes.
Okay. And all of that, just to let you know, all of the video evidence that you reviewed has now been admitted into evidence. Can you take a look at State's Exhibit 225 and tell me if you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
It's a CD that contains a PowerPoint slide presentation that I created,
Okay.
enhancing images.
And how do you know that you created that particular PowerPoint?
I viewed the presentation on this disc, and I put my initials and the date next to it.
Okay. And does this presentation fairly and accurately describe the process you went through in your analysis?
Yes.
Do you feel like this presentation would aid you in explaining the work you did in order to assist the jury in understanding what you're going to be speaking about today?
I do.
Okay. Let me show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 221. Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
An image of the suspect walking through the lobby.
Okay. And is that the same image that you already talked about in State's Exhibit number 40 where the individual is walking into the lobby?
Yes.
Okay. But in State's Exhibit 221, have you already completed your work enhancing as best you could the image of that individual walking into the lobby?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 222. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's another image of the car driving around the building.
And is that image in 222 the result of after you went through the process of attempting to enhance that image?
I believe so.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 223, do you recognize what State's Exhibit 223 is?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell me what you recognize that to be?
I took images of the car seen around the building in the morning, and images of the car immediately after the shooting, and compared them, put them next to each other, and noted that the wheels on the car are very similar.
And are those images in State's Exhibit 223 the result of your enhancement techniques?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you what's been marked for identification purposes of State's Exhibit 224. What do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's another composite of multiple images. An image of the suspect's forearm in high resolution compared to 3 images from the video taken during the murder.
Okay. And what you identified on State's Exhibit 224 as an individual's hand and forearm, is that the same hand and forearm that you've already identified in what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 176?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd offer into evidence State's Exhibit 221. Your Honor, at this point I'd like to publish State's Exhibit 221, 222, 223, and 224.
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Mr. Bretz, I'm showing you what's now been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 221. Do you recognize that to be the enhanced image of the individual who you saw in the videos that was walking into the lobby?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 222, do you recognize that to be the enhanced image of the vehicle going through the San Antonio Police Department parking lot that you saw on the video?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 223, can you tell the members of the jury what that is now that that's in evidence? You can see.
Yeah. I'll just
Easier
turn it
to
around.
see. Hang on just a second.
Yeah.
Can you explain to the members of the jury, let's see if I can zoom out any further, I don't think I can, what's depicted in State's Exhibit 223?
So the top picture is the vehicle seen early in the morning, and the very bottom picture is from the same camera later in the morning, almost at about 11:39, and the middle picture is driving around through the parking lot, also in the late morning, and
I see on there an indication of similar wheels. What is that supposed to indicate?
right, that the wheels appear similar in both cases, and I assume these are aftermarket wheels and not sold with the car.
So your analysis and your comparison indicated that the vehicle that you saw in the morning, early in the morning of November 20th, 2016, are similar to the wheels or rims that you then saw at around 11:38 on November 20th, 2016.
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 224, can you tell the members of the jury what that is?
So again, it's the composite of the suspect wrist, which I rotated to make it approximately the same orientation as the orientation of the wrist in the video. And then on the right are 3 frames from the video that were cropped and enlarged, and the color the saturation was increased slightly, and I don't think any sharpening was applied to this, but it was just simply enlarged.
Okay, we'll have you go through the process of explaining all those things like sharpening and things like that, but just zooming in on this a little bit, what was it in the image on the left that you saw that you were looking for on the images on the right?
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to object to that, Judge. As far as that image promise of the jury will see what they want to see.
It's in evidence, and I'm asking him what he was tasked with doing.
Overruled.
Go ahead, Mr. Bretz. Was there anything that you saw in the image on the left that you were looking for in the three images on the right?
So I was asked to see if there was evidence of a tattoo in the video imagery.
Okay. Now, we'll go over the court allows us to. Your Honor, at this time I'd like to publish State's Exhibit 225 to allow Mr. Bretz to explain the process and what he did to the jury.
All right. Is that the
PowerPoint.
that's the PowerPoint?
Yes.
So based on earlier conversations, the court will.
We understand the court's prior,
You got it. So it's admitted. Well, it's admitted for purposes of
I understand.
demonstrative evidence only.
Mr. Bretz, there's a clicker up there, so
This-
hopefully you'll be able to control it rather than me, and that you can advance it as you're explaining to the jury what you did step by step.
Do I need to start it, or will?
No, I think hopefully we'll get it going.
And again, it's not admitted. It's not admitted evidence beyond demonstrative purposes.
Yeah. No. No. You want to start a slideshow mode? Usually there's a button down on the lower right in the bottom. but it may not be appearing. And the imagery here looks distorted, wrong aspect ratio.
You want to step down and see if you can find the correct button?
Gotta ask Vanessa guy.
We're also asking our IT kid if you could cut through to.
So you're extending the display from this to that monitor, so that there is a you can just make settings to the.
Hold on, they're doing it.
You just want this on the record.
This part is not on the record. She can't hear her, so.
Oh,
I'm just making sure.
Yeah.
why don't you go ahead and have a seat? They're trying to do it from upstairs, Mr. Brett, second IT people. Let's try it this way. We'll try it on the element, Mr. Brett, from the.
Could you remove my? I had some notes that I brought with me, but maybe you scooped them up.
May I approach?
Is this the presentation? We
Yeah.
go step by step explaining.
Sure.
Is this what you were talking about?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Well, let's start with that. Take it. This would have been the first slide on your PowerPoint, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So this is what you were asked to do by the Bexar County District Attorney's Office.
Yes.
Okay.
Might want to zoom out a little bit.
Okay. Can you tell the members of the jury what we're seeing here and what you were doing when you did?
So on the left is the original image extracted from the video. On the right is the fully enhanced image. And with the idea that I'm going to explain how I got from one to the other in the next slides.
Okay. So does this indicate, what does this indicate?
So this is a list of the steps I took in enhancing the video. You want me to go through it?
Yes, sir.
So I opened the video, and it was called video1.mp4, and I made a still image I opened the still image. I cropped the image down to just show the suspect and the doors, because that was the area of interest, trying to enhance the suspect. I increased the contrast. I enlarged the image by 300%, and then I sharpened the image.
And this slide, Mr. Bretz?
So this shows the original still image in PNG format, and the dimensions of the original image was 1280 by 720 pixels. And as I state there, the image is not bad, but it's dark and contains a wider view of the area that's necessary to identify the person.
Okay, and then the next step?
So I cropped the image down to only 356 by 510 pixels, and that removed the surrounding area, but the image is still dark and the contrast is relatively low.
And then the next image?
So I increased the contrast in this cropped image by adjusting the image intensity histogram, and this is very similar to turning the contrast button on an old style television from the 1970s, but this is done with better control with software.
And this next slide, Mr. Bretz?
So then I used Photoshop to enlarge the image with a bicubic interpolation. So the image went from this small size on the left to the size on the right.
And can you give us a third grade definition of bicubic interpolation?
So when you enlarge an image digitally, you're creating new pixels based on the original pixels, and so to create those new pixels, you have to interpolate the data that was there in the original pixels, and so this is a process of interpolating those original pixels to create the fuller set of new pixels that you create.
Are you adding any new data?
No.
And this slide, sir?
So in this case, I'm showing a comparison between an unsharpened version of the enlarged image and a sharpened version of the enlarged image. And the tool that I used was the Unsharp Mask tool in Photoshop. And it improves some features and adds contrast to the edges by sharpening it.
Okay. Does it add anything that was not already there in the original?
No, but it also enhanced some of the noise.
And then this slide.
So this is now a comparison between the original image and the fully enhanced, enlarged, sharpened image.
Now, what was your next task then?
Enhancing views of the vehicle from the building cameras and from the front of the police car.
So this slide, sir?
So that's a full image of the suspect driver seen at 7:41 a.m.
And that is the original video frame?
That's the original video frame.
Okay. And then this next slide.
So this is an enlarged version, cropped and magnified 300%, magnified using bicubic interpolation. No contrast adjustment or sharpening was applied here.
And this was the vehicle in the morning, is that correct?
Correct, and the timestamp comes from the video itself.
Okay. And then this next slide, sir.
Here's the full image from later in the morning, and the timestamp is down in the lower right. As I say, it's a similar car with similar wheels, leaving the scene immediately after the shooting.
And is that the original video?
That's correct.
Okay. And then what then is this next slide?
It's an enlarged version of the same frame. It was magnified 300% using, again, the bicubic interpolation. No contrast adjustment or sharpening was applied.
So then, what did you do in this slide, sir?
Just put them side by side for comparison.
Okay. So that is the suspect car at 7:41 a.m. on the left-hand side, and then the car fleeing the murder scene at 11:38 on the right-hand side?
Yes.
What about this slide, sir?
So this is from a different camera that sees the front of the car early in the morning. And on the on the left is the original image, on the right is a enlarged, sharpened image.
And then this slide.
And this is from the video later in the morning. Again, the original image on the left and the enhanced, enlarged version and sharpened on the right.
And then this slide.
And then I put those two side by side for comparison.
Now, moving on to the third task, I guess, for lack of a better term, that you were asked or that you attempted. Can you explain to the members of the jury what you're trying to do here?
So there was a video from the front of the police car that sees the suspect vehicle leaving the scene, turning in front of that car. The police car is parked and stationary. The suspect car is moving from left to right in the frame. And I was asked to enhance views of this from this perspective to see details, to try to identify the license plate if possible, or any other features on the car that might be useful in identifying it. And I should, because there's a bit more.
Yeah.
So obviously, this camera is a little bit different from some of the other cameras. It's an interlaced. It produces interlaced video, which is an old standard format of video transmission, where each frame is made up of actually two fields that are superimposed on one another, and they each contain half the number of lines of the original video frame. And so alternate lines, odd lines, and even lines were captured at separate times, 1/60th of a second apart. It's an old standard that was common for many, many years throughout the 60s, 70s, 80s. And because those two fields are captured at separate times, if you have something moving through the field of view, it's going to show up in two different places in that frame when you freeze frame that video. And so as you can see on the right-hand side, I've enlarged an area of this full frame, and you can see the car in two different locations. So if we're going to try to analyze this video, we have to separate those two fields and treat them as different images because they were taken at different times.
Okay, if you could then continue with the process.
So now I'm displaying both of those fields. They've been separated and they're being shown one on top of the other. They are half the size of the original. The original was 720 by 480 pixels. Each one of these fields is 720, same width, but only half the height, 240 pixels. And on the right, I've got an enlarged version of the top picture showing just to see how much we can see of the license plate, and you can see that you cannot really detect any characters in the license plate, and this is the reason why you're not going to be successful in determining what the license plate values are. The license plate is only about 7 pixels tall in that one field image, so it's not enough pixels to represent characters correctly.
So you did attempt, though, using all means at your disposal to try to identify what the license plate on that car was.
Yes, so we can still perform analysis to try to get more details on the back of the car and see if there are any features that are unique to the car that might come out of that analysis.
This next slide, Mr. Brett.
So I took one of those fields and I stretched it vertically through that interpolation process, same as when I'm enlarging the photo in both directions. I enlarged it in the vertical direction twice as much as I enlarged it in the horizontal direction. So the original image was 720 by 480 pixels, and now it's 1440 horizontal and 960 vertically. So more pixels have been created, but as I say, the information content remains the same. It's an interpolation process, and because of that, the license plate remains unreadable.
And so continuing with the process of your analysis on that.
So because the car is moving from left to right, we've got multiple instances of the car in the video that can be collected together, and information from all those frames can be added up in varying amounts to improve the resolution of the output product. So what I did was I took 20 of these enlarged field images and I cropped them down to just the car, and the image size here is 805 pixels by 459 pixels. So those enlarged images, I cropped them down a little bit to only 805 by 459.
And what do you mean here in this next slide about stabilizing the video? And I know that you had within the presentation sort of a movie just to illustrate what was going on to the members of the jury, but as best you can you explain what's going on here and what you did?
So I stabilized the motion of the car with a method within the software to keep the back of the car stable and in the same place. And so because the car is moving in the video frame, then the video frame slides from right to left. And so what this video would show is the frame around the car sliding in one direction, but the car itself is staying in the same place in the video as it's been stabilized for translational motion. So the software moves each image the appropriate amount to line up the features on the back of the car with respect to the previous image. So
previously you were trying to determine if you could read the license plate. Now you're trying to determine, are there any identifying things on the back of the vehicle?
correct.
And this slide, sir?
So once I've stabilized for the motion, I can combine multiple pictures together. And rather than combining all 20 of them, I only combined 6 adjacent stabilized frames together. And the reason I only did 6 was because the car was moving and the perspective was changing. And so the view of the car changes slowly over time. So choosing only 6 means that the perspective is not changing too significantly, and I can add or I can average through those frames to improve the detail and reduce the amount of noise. And so what you see on the sides are the endpoints of the different frames that have each been moved a slight amount. So there's a total of 6 frames added together here to produce this. This representation isn't as good as if we were watching the PowerPoint, so unfortunately. But now we have a sequence of 7 combinations of 6 frames out of this set of 20 photos. And so each of those 7 combination photos was then trimmed and sharpened in Photoshop.
Now this next slide, can you go into detail and tell the members of the jury what you were looking for, what you found on this?
So
and
again,
I think there may be on your screen, if you touch it, you may be able to circle in red or underline the green lettering you have on there.
No. 3 points. I'm told I can't.
Touch the screen
with
your finger.
Oh, I touched the screen with my finger. So again, this was to show an animated movie of these combined frames, the ones that now have more detail and less noise, and they're combined into a short video of these 7 frames. And as it plays, what happens is you can see this object right here. Oh, so can I remove those as well as I place them?
And are you talking about what you have labeled a moving reflection?
Yeah, so I'll just put a dot next to a moving reflection. So this is pointing down to a feature that the arrows are pointing at. It's as you play this video, you'll see that feature moving from right to left, and so that's an indication that this feature is a reflection of some bright object off to the side. But the other 2, the other one's called not a reflection and not a reflection on the driver's side and the passenger side, they stay there relative to the taillights. So those are indicative of features that are actually on the vehicle and not some reflection of some kind.
And is that opinion you arrived at based on your 25 years of experience and your education in this field?
Yes, there are definitely some features there of interest.
So your opinion is that the what's indicated on not a reflection on the left-hand side of the tail of the car and what's indicated a little lower on the right-hand side near the tail of the car are both, for lack of a better term, stationary objects on the car?
Yes.
And then this photo has already been admitted into evidence of the back of the vehicle. Can you tell us then what this is showing?
Can we clear that? Good. So, so this is a high-resolution picture of the back of the car, and you can see that in the same location as the two features that I identified there is a dealer nameplate, CHACON, and the Mitsubishi model nameplate on the car and the location of the other feature on the passenger side. And so they correlate with the locations of those features seen in the previous video.
Okay, so going back to the previous, what would you have, not a reflection on the left-hand side, that would correspond to the Chacon? Is that correct?
Right.
And then what's indicated as not a reflection on the right-hand side, sir, would that correspond to what you saw for Mitsubishi?
Correct.
Okay. Now, going on to the fourth task we asked you to look at, can you tell, and once again, we don't have the PowerPoint, but can you tell the members of the jury what you attempted, what were you asked to do and what did you do with regard to this?
So there's obviously an interest in seeing if the tattoo on the wrist can be identified in the video. And in reality, there's two questions: can something be detected there, and can it be identified? And what you can see in the video is there is a dark spot on the behind the thumb area. But it's not very well resolved. The video is not very good quality, and it's been compressed very heavily. So the features are not good enough to identify that as the tattoo on the wrist. But there appears to be something there, and it's just unclear what that is. There's a dark feature there, but it's not clear if that's the same as the tattoo.
Would it be fair to say that you can't say that there's a tattoo there, correct?
Correct.
But you can also not say that there's not a tattoo there.
Correct. It doesn't show clearly enough to say there isn't a tattoo there.
Okay. Is it your opinion that there's something there?
There seems to be a dark spot, but the origin of that dark spot is unknown.
And you said one of the reasons that this appearance is so poor is because of the compression. And I think you talked about that earlier with regard to video surveillance cameras or a co-band system in a police car. Why do they use compression again in camera systems like that?
To reduce the amount of data that's saved on a hard drive or a recording system. It's very standard practice to compress videos, especially ones that are videotaping for many hours, looking at usually nothing for many hours until something interesting happens. And so you don't want to spend all that effort saving a lot of video information that's unnecessary. So decisions get made to compress to a high degree, and that's very common.
Mr. Bretz, thank you. The defense may have some questions for you.
Well, very briefly. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Folks. Mr. Brett, do you recall exactly when, that is what date, the Bexar County District Attorney's Office asked you to do this work you've testified to?
Well, they didn't call me directly. They would have called someone at Johnson Space Center, and it would have been forwarded to my supervisor, NASA supervisor, Randy Moore. And so I don't have the date that he was contacted.
What did you start working on?
It was late last year, probably November, close to Thanksgiving of last year.
Okay. So sometime after the events you saw that were recorded?
Yes, obviously.
I have no other questions. Thank you, sir.
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Bretz.
All right, sir, you're excused.
Thank you.
Good luck. All right, State, call your next witness.
Judge, our next witness is Mark Machado.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take up a matter outside your presence. We'll let you know when we're ready.
All right, for the jury. You may be seated.
All right, just put them on the stand.
Well, I think it's more of just I think it's just an argument on the law.
Oh, okay.
Do you would like, yeah.
Well, Danny's an attorney on this case. You can have
Let's go, Your Honor. We could wait for Mr. Hughes.
offer states 222, 221, 222, 223, and 224, and retention and
Well, no, this was the deal we had, Judge, that he was going to offer, and I wouldn't have to re-urge the objection in front of the jury, so I would hate to go with it, admit that.
Right.
okay. So I thought it was that they were
Because it's the second search.
Yes.
stipulating their admissibility with their objection on the record, that we offer them into evidence, Judge.
They are 21, 22, 23.
221, 222, 223, and 224, yes, sir.
Those are admitted.
Thank you.
That's just, but it's demonstrative and marked.
This
Judge.
is the two ladies, Catherine and Judge.
Judge, this is demonstrative only, but it was offered. The PowerPoint, so Mary should keep it.
She should keep it, yeah. It's demonstrative.
Sorry, Mary.
I guess it'd be a court's exhibit.
Is that all you said? Nothing I said.
Thank you.
think it'd be a lot easier if the state would make a proffer of what it is, and then we can make the objections otherwise. That make sense?
Yes, sir. Yes, of course. So CSI Mark Machado, the state is calling him to testify regarding a secondary search of the vehicle. Specifically, the wheels were removed from the vehicle in order to compare, see if there were any serial numbers inside the rims that corresponded to the rent-a-tire paperwork, and also whether or not there were any other and also while he was searching the car to see if there were any other documentation or evidence of the crime that, or evidence of located within the vehicle. And so.
And when was the search performed?
I can look at his
Yeah,
CSI report. It was done last year, and it was done on March 4th of 2020.
Wait, when was the first search done? The first search warrant for the car?
The first search warrant is right there. It's right here. State's Exhibit number 206, and it was done on November 21st of 2016. At the time, the car was located at the 1200 block of Calaveras, and they did a search warrant before searching that vehicle that evening. And it's the testimony of yesterday. I believe it was Catherine Emler testified about the search, and also Julia, pursuant to the warrant that the state produced to the court, State's Exhibit number 206.
And Judge, our position is that back when they obtained the first, well, not the first, the warrant, it was to search this particular vehicle. And so then the secondary search was not done pursuant to a warrant. And so my understanding is the state is going under the automobile exception to the warrant requirement. And I guess they're saying that it doesn't require exigent circumstances. And we would submit to the court that the automobile exception does require exigent circumstances. And they cite two cases alleging that there's probable cause to believe that the vehicle contains contraband. The rims are not contraband in and of themselves. And the vehicle was not in custody. Mr. McKane was in custody. And so by the time they're doing the search, Your Honor, they had already known this information. The information is stale for years. And so they're stopped from falling back on the automobile exception to the warrant requirement of a vehicle because the main crux of the automobile exception on not having to get a warrant is exactly that. It's exigent circumstances. The car can depart as opposed to a house. And so by the time this car is where it's at, there are no exigent circumstances. They've known this information for years, and they should have obtained the warrant. And so therefore, whatever Officer Machado is going to testify about regarding the secondary search, we would object to, Your Honor.
So the courts have routinely held that the automobile exception does not require an independent finding of exigent circumstances. Some of the case law I provided the court in the memorandum involves prior cases, one in fact from Texas, where the Supreme Court reversed Texas courts for requiring such a finding of exigent circumstances. As the law stands now, the automobile exception simply requires that it be a mobile vehicle and that there be probable cause to search it. And what I've also provided the court is cases that say when a vehicle is lawfully in police custody, as this one was, then it's not rendered immobile for that purpose. Because any vehicle that the police take custody of and remove the driver from is going to be immobile. So there is no exigency requirement, which means there's no time limit on when the search can be conducted. And the fact that it has been taken into police custody does not remove it from the automobile exception. And then I have one more response. Mr. Perez said that it would be, if we're relying on the previous warrant, that it would be stale under the Fourth Amendment doctrine of staleness. But here, the car had been in police custody the entire time. So one can deduce that whatever evidence is in it when it entered custody is still inside the car when it remained in custody. And that's much different from, say, a warrant to search a house where you have an informant who says, I saw cocaine in the house on this time, and then you get a search warrant and search it like a month later. That's where the staleness doctrine comes in, when you have a location that's sort of outside police control that is subject to change as people come and go and take stuff with them and bring stuff.
So if the car was already in police custody, why not get a warrant?
They could have, but the law doesn't require it.
It's called laziness, Your Honor.
What law? What let me look at the law that you reference.
They gave you this. This is, we just got this. Did we get this yesterday?
Memorandum? Yeah, I just
No,
got,
I wrote it this morning.
yeah, I just got this one as well.
Okay.
They gave you the copy. Let me look at this for a couple minutes.
And if I may, just for the record, I want to make sure we're objecting under the Fourth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, the Sixth Amendment, denial of effective assistance of counsel, to the 14th Amendment that's applied to the states, in Article 1 and Section, I think, 10 and maybe 9, Your Honor, of the Texas Constitution, and also Article 3823 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. Illegally obtained evidence is not admissible, Your Honor. Thank you.
And so what evidence specifically is at stake? Can you proffer what it is you
I believe
want?
it's they removed the wheels,
Right, two of the wheels.
and then they photographed the inside of it. So technically it's not even inside the car, although they did remove the wheel in order to view it.
Okay.
And additionally, Judge, there's some, inside the vehicle, they recovered, CSI Machado recovered documents from when the tire that were in the vehicle. And there could be other, we have the rest of the documents here.
Identify notice.
Right, if you'd like, if the court would like to review those documents as well, we can open it up and show you.
Well, if you're making that proffer, I'll accept that.
Let me just make sure.
They're right here.
Just give me a few minutes to look at the case law and make the analysis.
Yeah, let's open it.
Not yet.
So I'm gonna open it. Yeah, you can see it.
The documents that were sent to the legal professionals, this was done pursuant to the impound.
Where do you want to see it?
Someone from IT to come down. We will be playing a video later, and we would like it to actually play properly.
You got
We
it.
have a minute to do that.
I think she will be attempting.
No.
Except I just want to play it beforehand, just for any.
Yeah.
Set it with
Yeah.
was contraband, Your Honor, for a reason. And Mr. McKane had a privacy interest.
Are we going to wait for Ray, or?
I guess, yeah. He's the lead counsel. I'm only the second chair. I'm only the third.
On the record.
Yes.
All right, back on the record, State of Texas versus Otis Tyrone McKane, present in the courtroom are attorneys for both sides as well as a defendant. Was there any other argument as it related to this issue?
Well, Judge, just that I want to re-urge that I'm not totally familiar with the circumstances of the cases that the state cited as far as the timeline, but in this particular instance, the state had knowledge of that information months and not years prior to the second search that now they're relying on the automobile exception. And we're suggesting to the court that they're also stopped from relying on the automobile exception, because it's not like someone came in and whatever date the secondary search was made and told them something and they go, oh, well, we still have the car, let's go and search it right now. They've had that information for that a long time, so they're stopped from relying on that. Again, with the exigent circumstances, there was nothing that prevented them from getting a search warrant. So it's a waiver kind of thing, Your Honor.
All right, State.
I'm not aware of any type of judicial or promissory or adjudicative estoppel that would apply to this case.
It was a surprise to you.
What's that? What's this?
All right, so the court has read the Guzman case that was referenced in the state's memorandum and the cases that have cited Guzman, specifically the portion where the automobile exception to the Fourth Amendment does not require the existence of exigency circumstances in addition to probable cause. And under the Code of Criminal Procedure, Section 59.01, contraband is defined as property of any nature used in the commission of a crime of this nature. The court finds that the suspect's vehicle, as suspected, was the one that was used in the commission of this offense. So I'll overrule the defense objections and allow the introduction of that evidence. All right, anything else?
Just that if the state will, without outside the presence of the jury, Your Honor, you're going to offer some evidence from the first search warrant, right?
Well, we've already marked it and introduced it for purposes of the hearing.
Okay.
I mean, obviously not in front of the jury won't receive this, but.
In other words, we have an agreement that if the court reviews that, not admitted for the jury, but just so the court can look at the four corners of the warrant, and if you determine that it's valid, then the state can get into the items seized pursuant to the search warrant.
Okay, and that's the warrant that had already been discussed.
We already got into that, didn't we?
Right.
Wasn't that
Well, I don't know, I
like-
thought you were still going to do it.
Well, we did. Well, I thought we did it yesterday. State's exhibit number
That's the
20.
jury.
Okay.
Well, they didn't see the warrant. They saw the evidence.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, it's the same warrant?
Same warrant.
Okay, well,
I thought you had more.
Okay.
Well, this is just additional. We do have additional.
All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go.
you need that brought back down. You need that brought back down.
Yeah. Sorry about that. You feeling better today?
No.
automobile exception items seized in the presence of the jury.
Yes, I'll grant you a running objection to those issues.
Thank you. Jury. May be seated.
All right, State, call your next witness.
State calls Mark Machado.
All right, you've already been sworn.
Yes, sir.
You just want to make sure everybody can hear you.
Hello.
All right, State.
Mr. Machado, I believe when you were here last, you described to the jury that you've been 25 years with the crime scene unit with San Antonio Police Department. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Well, actually, this September, I start my 25th year in the crime scene unit.
Is retirement looming?
Oh, yeah. Very close. Probably anywhere from January to next September.
Okay, it's good to be prepared. Back in March of 2020, were you asked by the lead detective in the capital murder case against Otis McKane for the murder of Benjamin Marconi to do some work on a vehicle that was seized in the arrest?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what were you asked to do?
To check some tires and search the interior of the vehicle. The tires, what we were checking for, the wheels, looking for serial numbers.
And did you, in fact, take the car to, I believe you told us, where did you have the car taken to?
To the our fleet maintenance, where they work on all their police vehicles. It's at on Frio Street, right next to the central substation.
And had this vehicle been in continuous secure custody of SAPD from
Yes.
the time it was seized back on November 21st, 2016 to the time you saw it, March 2020?
Yes, ma'am. In cases like this, when it goes to initially it'll go to our 9th Street pound, which is a secured facility. We usually process stuff there. Then it goes to the Groudon pound, and homicide will put a hold on it, and it stays at the Groudon pound on hold until homicide releases it or the family releases it and they auction it off or whatever.
Were you also asked to photograph the vehicle in the current state it was?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you go about taking photographs of the serial numbers on the wheels?
We after we took the tires off to the wheels, I got down, zoomed in, did different angles, either tried different types of lighting to make sure you can see the majority of the numbers because they were etched on. It's not like it didn't come from the factory that way. I believe the people that sold them or rented them did the etching themselves.
And where were those numbers located on the wheel?
Just on the trim. If I could see my photographs, I'd be able to give you a better description.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what have been marked as States Exhibits 139. Let's see. 139 through 145 inclusive. If you would please take a look at those. Okay, and if you would also look at 146, 147, and 149.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Are you the person that took these photos?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they a substantial representation of the vehicle that you performed the search and the photographing of back in March 2020?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
At this time, state would move to enter State's Exhibit 139. Through 147 inclusive, and then State's Exhibit 149. Some of them are, yes.
Based on our previous, outside the presence of the court hearing, outside the jury instructions.
All right, State's Exhibits 139 through 147 and State's Exhibit 149 are admitted.
May I publish to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, that'd be safe. Oh, my God. If we look at State's Exhibit 139, is this the vehicle that you were asked to search?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's a black Mitsubishi Galant with license plate HJB 2098.
Yes, ma'am.
And is this the vehicle that you removed the wheels and rims from to photograph them?
Yes, it is.
And if we're looking at State's Exhibit 140, does that show us the passenger rear tire?
Correct.
And again in 141, the driver's side rear tire, I think.
I want to say that's probably, it's hard to tell
All right.
because it's like there's a door up in front of the, I can't determine right now which
Okay.
one that one is.
In State's Exhibit 142, does this give us a view of that
Yes,
black
ma'am.
Mitsubishi Galant up on a lift? And-
Driver's side.
And is this how you went about getting the wheels removed?
Yes, ma'am.
And if we look at State's Exhibit 143, is this one of the rims that was removed from that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And 149, the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And as we look at 145, can you please read to us 145, State's Exhibit 145, the serial number etched on that wheel?
I'm trying to get it enhanced somehow because it's, I can make out the 5500 and I think it's 7 something and then a number sign after that.
What about looking in State's Exhibit 146? Does that allow you to see it a little better?
Yes, ma'am. 1, 2, it's either 7 or 2, 55500, 7, 9 maybe or 4, and then the number sign.
I believe it's 79 is
Yeah,
correct, the
79.
number sign. And then in 147,
Yes, ma'am. 1, 2, 7, 55500, 7, 9, then the number 1, 2.
do you see any other letters etched on there?
Well, the number sign or pound sign, 1, 2, and then it says like, I can't make out the other ones. I don't know if it's a name or,
Yeah. to me,
On the
it's
right.
like 122-555-0079. Does that sound
Correct.
right? And then in State's Exhibit 149, what other writing do you see on this red?
the
Etched
rented
in?
tire.
Okay, and that is etched on
Yes,
that
ma'am.
tire?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is etched on the tires that you removed from the 2011 black Mitsubishi Galant?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct? Did you do anything else with that vehicle?
I collected some papers that were in the inside of the vehicle.
Mayor Kirkland?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 226. Will you take a look at this and tell me if you recognize it and how?
This is the my packaging on the evidence I collected. I've made the evidence tag. The back has an evidence sticker. My marking, I put M squared for Mark Machado, and my badge number. So it says M squared, badge 9406.
And did you have the opportunity to look through State's Exhibit 226 and inspect the
Yes, ma'am.
contents? And
Yes,
is it in the same condition as it was when you collected it originally?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right,
You want me to pull it out?
not right.
Okay.
But you did look through it?
Yes,
and
ma'am.
it was all the items that you collected at that
Yes, ma'am.
time? I need to mark separately. So as we go through it, I'm going to say 226A. What is that we're looking at?
This is a receipt from Chacon Autos Limited. Or actually a balance with a payment. It's a payment receipt.
I'm going to go through and label this, if you would please.
Safeco Insurance. This is a work ticket from Labor Max. Another work ticket from Labor Max. Another payment receipt from Chacon Autos Limited. Another Labor Max work ticket. Motor vehicle warranty disclaimer. It's an odometer disclosure statement. Another Labor Max work ticket.
What was that last letter I just mentioned?
226I. It's a small debit receipt for amount of $180 from, it looks like Chacon Autos is torn off. Another receipt, Chacon Autos, payment of $185. Rent-A-Tire number 12. It is a payment statement, copy of one. Safeco Insurance receipt. Safeco Insurance receipt. This is a blank NBA Development League contract. Buyer's tag receipt, buyer's copy for the 2011 Mitsubishi. This is a pay stub from Labor Max. This is a Saha San Antonio Housing Authority. Let's see what this. Failure to remove a dish from the building, patio, or roof from San Antonio Housing Authority. Another Rent-A-Tire receipt. Another Rent-A-Tire receipt. Rent-A-Tire number 12 receipt. Rent-A-Tire number 12 receipt. Another Rent-A-Tire number 12 receipt. Sure. And the last one is a Rent-A-Tire purchase agreement contract.
At this time, state would move to admit State's Exhibit 226, A through Z, plus double A enhancements.
I think the court's ruling in our
Yes, and
hearing.
yes, and defense has the running objection. Double rule, states exhibits 226, A through Z, and double A are admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish to the jury?
Yes.
I'd like to go through some of the items you just went through so we can talk about them a little bit. Let's look at State's Exhibit 226, double A. And can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, ma'am. That's a Rent-A-Tire rental purchase agreement that has a listing of the model number, serial number of the wheels.
Okay, and I think we see the serial numbers 122550078 and 122550079,
Yes, ma'am.
which we just discussed in State's Exhibits 149 and 147. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then also, does it have a name of the individual, of the lessee or renter of that property?
Yeah, the leasee, renter, and location of property, Otis McKane, 1236 Lombrano, San Antonio, Texas, 78207.
And looking at State's Exhibit 226A. What do we see here?
Chacon Autos Limited, showing a payment of $180 with a balance.
Okay, and what was the date on that?
The date is 9/21/16, and the name is Otis McKane and Sandra McKane.
And then looking at State's Exhibit 226B.
Safeco Insurance, insured name Sandra McKane.
And what is the vehicle?
The 2011 Nissan Versa, that's vehicle number 1. Vehicle number 2, 2011 Mitsubishi Galant.
And in State's Exhibit 226C and 226D, what do we see in these? If you could read.
Those are the Labor Max work tickets.
Okay, and does it have a name of the employee on there?
Yeah, it's right about the middle. Otis McKane on both of them.
All right. And as you look through it, there were various other pieces of paper you retrieved from that vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
And did they also contain the name of Otis McKane?
Yes, ma'am.
So every piece of paper in State's Exhibit 226A through Z, as well as double A, had the name Otis McKane or Sandra McKane and was found in that vehicle, the
Yes, ma'am.
2011 Mitsubishi Black Galant.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Did you perform any other functions with that vehicle at that time?
No, ma'am.
And when you were finished with the vehicle, where did the vehicle return to?
To the Groud and Pound on hold for homicide.
All right. I'll pass the witness.
CSI Machado, the etchings that you say you saw on the vehicle, the ones that have been shown, those were not in plain view.
No, sir.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
If you don't mind gathering all that stuff, putting it on the web for the court.
Sure.
Thank you, CSI.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, State, call your next witness.
State calls CSI Scott Coonrad. Thank you. You're set. Thank you.
Good, how you? I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Make sure everybody can hear you. Introduce yourself to the jury. Spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Yes, my name is CSI Scott Coonrad, Coonradt.
All right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, CSI Coonrad, how are you employed?
I'm a crime scene investigator with the San Antonio Police Department.
How long have you been a crime scene investigator with the San Antonio Police Department?
Just a little over 23 years.
And what are your duties as a crime scene investigator with SAPD?
We go to all sorts of various crimes, anything from burglaries all the way up to murders, alter-involved shootings, any of those.
And were you called out to the Econo Lodge located at 10815 IH35 North to process and collect evidence from a motel room?
Yes,
And were you dispatched under SAPD case number 16253595?
yes.
Do you have a copy of your report in front of you?
No.
Do you need that to specifically state the items that you collected?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay. So when were you called out to the Econo Lodge to help process that particular motel room?
It was on November 21st, 2016.
And at what time were you dispatched out there?
I was dispatched at roughly 5:20 in the afternoon. I arrived there at around 6:10 in the evening.
And where is this specific Econo Lodge at 10815 IH35 North? What is that near? What part of town is that in?
Well, actually, the address we carried, I believe, was like Santa Rosa, downtown.
Right, but if you look to the narrative in your report, it has the address where you were dispatched to. The original capital murder obviously is on the the front page, the
Yes.
place of occurrence, the 300 block of South Santa Rosa.
Yes.
But I'm referring specifically to the Econo Lodge.
Yes. I know it's off of 35. I'm not sure what the cross streets are.
Okay. And so when you arrived at the Econo Lodge, was there another CSI already present, officers already present there?
Yes, the room had already been secured. There was one of my coworkers was already there photographing, documenting, and when I arrived, I was given the task to collect various items that were going to be collected as evidence.
And again, is it common to have multiple crime scene investigators arrive at a particular scene in order that each one has a different duty?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the purpose of that?
Because depending on the scene and the type of crime and how big the scene is, everybody can do different things. Sometimes there can be 3, 4, 5 people at one scene, but we're all doing different things.
So you said your colleague or coworker was photographing the scene. Who was that?
That was Kimberly Wong.
And then your job was to collect items of evidence and also do swabs and fingerprints.
Yes.
Attempt to collect late prints. Is that right?
I believe I also did that. Yes.
And what motel room, what specific room did you and Office or CSI Wong go to in order to process?
We were in room number 213.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibits number 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, and 215. Do you recognize what's shown in these photographs?
Yes, those are photographs of the name of the location, the exterior hallway, door entrance with the room number, Looks like kind of like a general overall of the room and the bed area.
Okay, and this is room 213 at the Econo Lodge at 10815 IH 35 North. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
All right. So looking at the items that have not been introduced into evidence, photographs 227 through 262 inclusive, if you'll take a moment and look at those photographs. And as you're looking at them, please look to see if they fairly and accurately show the scene as it was marked with the evidence tags.
Yes, those photographs show the various room and various items that we had marked that were either the physical item was going to be collected or the item was going to be swapped.
And these photographs, States Exhibit number 227 through 262 inclusive, fairly and accurately show the actual items along with either with, before the evidence tag was placed or after it was placed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, when y'all were there processing the room in the evening of November 21st of 2016, when you and CSI Long were there.
Yes.
Are we approaching?
Yes.
Can I move to introduce them before?
Well, okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
State moves to introduce state exhibits number 227 through 262 inclusive.
May we approach now, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take up a matter outside your presence.
All rise for the jury. You may be seated.
So they're gonna.
Yeah, no, that's the newest.
So we have a case we can present for you.
So how you been?
Judge Foss.
I know, it's been a while.
You can see in the court.
I know, I was gonna say, I haven't seen you in the courtroom.
versus Otis McKane. Defense, you had asked for an opportunity to obtain some case law.
Yes, Judge, and the case that I was thinking about was Randolph, and then the state handed us Fernandez, and we're going to argue and distinguish Fernandez. Mr. De Velasco will handle that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. So in Fernandez versus California, it's the site is 134 Supreme Court 1126. This is from 2014. In that case, Your Honor, the dictum in that case suggests, in the Randolph case suggests that in that case there was evidence that the police, they removed the objecting tenant, which we would argue would be Mr. McKane, from the entrance of the premises that the consent was given to, right? And in that case, Your Honor, they just did not contest that the removal of the tenant was unreasonable. And in this case, we would contest that it is unreasonable. So we can distinguish Fernandez from this case here. And for that reason, Your Honor, we think that it's distinguishable.
And again, Your Honor, they still have to get past the issue of the consent. And does the court have the consent up there?
I saw it and I reviewed it, and
This is the official one that was, I think we admitted this as a court exhibit. And so if the court could just bear with me for just 1 second and take a literal reading of what it says. And I'm going to inject just officer number 2. So it says, I, Christian Fields, having been informed of my constitutional right not to have a search made by Detective Brannon and blank, but let's say and officer number 2, both of which, I'm going to add that, police officers of the city of San Antonio, Bexar County, do authorize them to conduct a complete search of the property set out below. She consents specifically. It could have been 2 officers. In this case, it's 1. It doesn't say all police officers. The police officers of the city of San Antonio is a referral back to the 2 individuals that are therein named, in this case 1. She consents to that, not to CSI X or Y or Z. And further, Your Honor, this consent does not have a room number of the particular place to be searched. And so we believe that the consent is lacking in this case. Also, the court has heard some evidence that, well, it is an evidence that Mr. McKane and Ms. Fields were married at the time. And as such, he has a privacy interest in this hotel room, this unnumbered hotel room. And then we feel that we can distinguish, which the lawyers or whatever in Fernandez did not, and that is that Mr. McKane was removed by the police and was not approached to obtain his consent to the room. And it's irrelevant whose name the room was in, so long as it's shown that because of the marriage, Mr. McKane had a privacy interest in saying. But aside from that, Your Honor, the consent is specific to Detective Branham, and he's not the one testifying, Your Honor.
all right, state any response.
So in Fernandez, I believe
Yeah.
the
You're just on the microphone. Thank you so much.
in Fernandez, the pertinent facts are both the defendant and the spouse were present in the house when police asked for entry. The defendant objected and the spouse consented. I think sometime later in the case, the defendant is arrested, and the Supreme Court notes that the probable cause to arrest him is not at issue in the case. He's lawfully arrested and removed from the house, in which case, at that point, the spouse consents to the police entering. They find a gun or drugs or something. And the Supreme Court says, as long as the spouse consents and the defendant has been lawfully removed from the house, meaning the spouse at that moment in time has more or less sole custody of the house or control over it, then police may enter on that consent. Here, there's no evidence that Mr. McKane ever objected. So that in that respect, this case is even easier to resolve. And then two, she can only consent to her room, and we've established that this is her room. And three, as far as Mr. McKane being lawfully removed, I believe we've had a suppression hearing on this issue before, and he was essentially removed from the car via a valid search warrant that has not, an arrest warrant that has not been attacked at any point in pretrial hearings or during this trial. And then as to the scope of the consent, I have never heard of this rule. I looked just now on Westlaw. A person can certainly limit scope as to, like if Ms. Fields wanted to limit the scope to the closet versus the bathroom, she certainly could have done that. But in terms of limiting it to a particular officer, I've never heard of a Fourth Amendment rule that analyzed that. I think in light of what normal people expect when police search, is that when a detective obtains consent, he's probably going to bring some CSI or some controlment into the room. And maybe those people aren't even on the scene yet, and when the detective obtains consent, he doesn't even know who they are. So to say that you can only consent to this one person in an organization like the San Antonio Police Department, I don't think that while it may be an absolute literal interpretation of the text, it is not a normal common sense interpretation that any normal person would interpret reading it.
Well, we disagree with that. They can change their form to say, Officer X and Y and any police officer of the city of San Antonio, and they did not do that. As to what the normal reading of it is, it's their version of the events. We disagree with that. And to find out for sure, let's call Ms. Fields and see if she intended to consent for all police officers. It's like, Judge, if they have you out on the street and a cop says, look, can I search you? What, can a line of 100 cops search you? No, you consent to that cop searching you. Not for 10 policemen to come and search you. It's the same rationale applies.
And I think this is dealing with a physical body search by 100 people. Making that comparison to a search of a motel room is not a logical and reasonable comparison. The state's position is that if you look at Fernandez, that case is on point. And we also we believe the consent stands that she's giving police officers of the city of San Antonio, Bexar County, Texas, consent to search the Econo Lodge. And the only thing she can consent to, as Mr. Morey said, is room 213.
And just in a brief rebuttal to that, Your Honor, there's no room 213 in that consent form.
So who specifically did the search on the Econo Lodge? Was this detective involved on the search?
No, Detective Brannon was not. It was, I know CSI Wong is there, also CSI Coonrad, and I don't know if there are other officers present.
I'm sure there were various other officers there. I'm not sure who all was there at the actual scene.
And so, Judge, if you use the defense line of reasoning, then San Antonio Police Department would have to put every single officer involved in the search who's going to search in a particular form, is what they're arguing.
No, what we're arguing, they need to change the form if they want that to happen.
Right.
It's just like back in the days on confession, when they didn't put down all the Miranda warnings, and the court said, your warnings are no good. If they want it to work right, they need to write it right.
And so the detective did testify that he had obtained consent from Ms. Fields to search the Econo Lodge. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor. That he obtained her consent to search the Econo Lodge.
And did he testify as to the scope of that search that he obtained in terms of the consent?
No.
But it just said the Econo Lodge, it said. But also, I believe too, if we, she gave a statement to Detective Duke that same evening on November 21st, 2016, where she's saying, y'all can search whatever you want. You can search my phone, you can search, this oral consent. She says, I have nothing to hide. We could, We can play that for you if you'd like, Judge.
Yes, if you could play that, that'd be good.
I'll be right back.
Okay. And just to make sure, this video is the oral consent, right?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if she specifically says hotel room, but she says you can search my house. I think she says you can search my house. You can search everything. Something like that. Hold on, let me find it. I think she says it different places, but something to the effect of. Yeah, I know she says her phone. Judge, I'm going to, for purposes of this hearing, move to introduce State's Exhibit number 266, which is the DVD statement of Christian Fields, given, it's on the night of November 21st, 2016, to Detective Duke at SAPB Police Headquarters. What else is it? Judge, do you want to see the entire statement, or do you want us to forward it to where she tells the officer?
Yeah, I'm focused on the consent.
Okay. So if we look around. It says 10:22.
But shouldn't the police like that's something serious, you know? Like I wouldn't want anybody to get shot. Have you ever seen one? No. Yeah, I don't think so now. That's right. No, you never been so serious. I mean, with my feelings. No, I'm felony. I felt felony. I know. I was like 5 was. But y'all get together like that? Yeah, we always have parties on weekends.
Will they have a party with them?
I don't know, but like it's like they come together, like you and some sleepover, Halloween parties, like they always, I don't know, they like a lot of people, but yeah, you know, it's like come here, I love, like, you know, me and my mom's on radio. So, you know, so then I have to go home, yeah, that's after I went home, pack the clothes, and then my baby, and then my brother, and then came up and then food.
You know, just kind of from the
But
outside.
in the morning, oh, go ahead. But yeah, in the morning, but I thought, he was like talking about getting married and stuff. I was like, are you sure? You know, like I see you in love and stuff, but you know, you just want to get married right now. I was like, we can get married right now, but then we can wait till the summertime so like my people come here, because I don't have a lot of people come here. We can do a whole thing, but this is a lot of shit. This is a lot of shit going on at one time.
Have you ever been in any trouble? Would you jeopardize
No,
your freedom to cover for something else?
no.
If you knew the truth, would you mislead the police?
No, I wouldn't. I told him to search my house, search my car. You do everything you need to do. And I hope you don't have put nothing in my house when I didn't know, because he didn't have my house key. You know? But he go use the restroom.
Why don't you tell me everything that you know about it?
So Judge, let me ask you, can we stop it for 1 second? So before that, she says, if we go back a little, if we rewind it a little bit, she says, the question was asked, have you ever seen him with a gun? She says no, and detective says no. She says, I told them they can search my house. And so we can just go back a little bit on that. And then she said it again is the part that you just heard for the second time. Let's just listen where she is.
Yeah, we just want to get married right now. I was like, we can get married right now, but then we can wait till the summertime for like my like front, on the side, park on the inside, like that's just like on the street. So, I know somebody was like, you're short, but you're tall. And then I just, you know, just listening. You know, and then I was like, okay, well, I said, well, that's
So
good.
his family thought it was him?
They was really like, you know, like, cause everybody, you know, I guess they thought it was him. I guess some people were saying it was him, some people was not.
So what was his mom telling you?
His mom was just like, you know, be careful. When I was, cause I was like, okay, cause I told him like, you know, she was my mom, she was like, oh, he's right here, you know, he's right here, he's fine. And she's like, everybody else on the way. And I was like, man, just go, you know, I gotta drop off my baby, you know? Like, my mom, like, I'm trying to drop my house.
His whole family was on the way?
That's what she said. She said the rest of the family, I don't know. I'm not sure like that. I'm really like 5 of us, like my uncle and stuff. But this
Do they all live together like that?
yeah, they always have parties on weekends.
Will they have a party with them?
I don't know, but like it's like they come together, like doing some sleepover, Halloween parties, like they always, I don't know, they like a lot of people, but yeah, you know, I was like, come here, I love, like, you know, my mom's on radio. So, you know, so then I had to go home, yeah, that's after I went home, pack the clothes, and went to my baby, and I went to my brother, and then came up and then food.
You know, just kind of from the
But
outside.
in the morning, oh, go ahead. But yeah, in the morning, but I thought, he was like talking about getting married and stuff. I was like, are you sure? You know, like I see you in love and stuff, but you know, you just want to get married right now. I was like, we can get married right now, but then we can wait till the summertime so like my people come here, because I don't have a lot of people come here. We can do a whole thing, but this is a lot of shit. This is a lot of shit going on at one time.
Have you ever been in any trouble?
Yes, I have.
What kind?
I've been to a lot of like 10 times. Warrants, tickets.
Little stuff?
I didn't return a rental car and they reported it stolen. I got a felony because I delivered came to my friend's house and I signed it and it was bought with a fake credit card these days. Yeah. I mean, you can look at my stuff. I shouldn't have no warrants now because I said on home when I was pregnant.
No, I'm just, you know.
But shooting the police, like, that's something serious, you know? Like, I wouldn't want anybody to be shot.
Have you ever seen one of them?
No.
Yeah.
I told them to search my house.
That's the first time she said.
Now, you've never been in any trouble serious, have you?
Like, she was like, killing somebody? No.
Well, no.
I got a felony. I got a felony. That was the most serious thing I ever been in. And
Are you
Well, that's, you know, I was young.
all done with that?
Yeah, that's when I was young. I'm 27. That's like,
So,
but my last time going to jail was, you know, because I had a rent car and they reported it stolen. I was in Louisiana. The last time before that, I sat on my warrants and I was pregnant with her.
so is your mom coming to take your daughter?
Yes, she is.
Is this the only daughter you have?
Yes. Am I going to jail? What did I do?
Well, I'm not saying, no, I mean,
Because, like,
let me ask you this.
okay. Yeah, actually, so,
Would you jeopardize
no, I'm
your freedom to cover for some guy?
no.
If you knew the truth, would you mislead the police?
No, I wouldn't. I told him to search my house, search my car. You do everything you need to do. And I hope you don't have put nothing in my house and I didn't know. Because he didn't come to my house, you know. But he goes to the restroom.
Why don't you tell me everything that you know about it? That you think of.
He said it's next door to me. I've never seen her. But of course he said he has one because everybody said they have a gun. They live in the hood. And I didn't use my Wi-Fi. Shit. My church in here, he's like, he helped me get work clothes. You know, he's taking it on my own car, he's taking the work.
Does he have kids? What does he think about his kids? Is he close to them?
No, he's, my brother, his child, let me see. He's a boy.
Wow.
Who's about, he's like, why y'all they get this much of me? You know, I got everybody who's my name, why y'all looking at me happy on Twitter? That's all girl, I'm sitting right there with me. And just one day, thank you.
That's good.
Okay, and Judge, there's one more part we want you to hear.
Okay.
It's the third part. It's at the very end. Is Detective Duke still there?
No, like, why y'all they get this much of me? You know, I got everybody who's my name, why y'all looking at me happy on me? He was like, Mom, I love you. And I was like, what? I said, some of you people got birth license to leave. So, yeah. I was like, man. I was like, let's just don't let y'all to come back. Like,
What's his mom like? Is his mom a good person? Or is she kind of,
cool. Like, I was so,
you think she was a good mom to him?
like, whenever we went over there, and, you know.
What about growing up? You think she treated you good growing up?
Cause I moved from Houston. Fields.
And here it comes.
ELDS.
What's your birth?
1/8/1989.
What's your, you said you had a cell phone listed.
Oh, 346. Yeah, and I'll be looking it up on the news too, on my cell phone. You see all that. 346 900 3385. Yeah, y'all can go off with my stuff. I don't care.
So you
I don't have that time.
your phone?
Yeah, what I'm looking for, like, text messages, yeah, you can do all that. Wait, what happened to Nashville? No, I don't have my phone.
All right, let me go check on something. I'll be back.
My phone is in the car. Is that if they have to leave it in the car?
So, Judge Fender State's position, she says, I told them they can search my house. She goes on to say further on in her statement, I told them they could search my house, search my car. You do everything you need to do. And I hope he had put nothing in my house when I didn't know because he has my house key. And then near the end of her statement, she says, she's giving her cell number and she says, oh, 346, yeah, I've been looking it up on the news too, on my cell phone. You can see all that. 346 900 3385. Yeah, y'all can go through all my stuff. I don't care. I have nothing to hide. So then Detective Duke says, so you give us consent for your phone to look through it? Yeah. And she says, yeah. And then she says, what y'all looking for? Text messages and stuff. Yeah, you can look through all that. I don't care.
At some point, she gave verbal consent for the police to search everything you need to do. Right.
She says, I told them they could search my house, search my car. You do everything you need to do.
Right.
And then further on, she says, yeah, y'all can go through all my stuff. I don't care. I don't have nothing to hide.
So State's Exhibit 266 has not been admitted into evidence. Is that correct?
Your Honor, if I haven't introduced it, I'm going to introduce it for purposes of this hearing. State's Exhibit number 266.
Then we'll do that, and we'll mark it as Court's Exhibit number 6. Is that right, Mr. Reporter? So it'll also be marked as Court's Exhibit number 6 for the benefit of the record. So, after hearing argument of counsel and listening to Court's Exhibit 6/State's Exhibit 266, I'm going to find that the police had an objectively reasonable belief that they had consent to search her vehicle, her car, her home, the motel room. Also reviewing Court's 4, State's Exhibit 181, overruled the defense objections. I would advise the state to change the form because it does cause a question there. But it's the oral consent. The court's finding that the oral consent put together with the form is what gives the police authorization to search this motel room.
And Judge, also, since you're making the findings on the other locations where she gave officers consent or items, for example, her vehicle, do you also make a finding that the police have consent to search her phone?
Yes, based on the other court's exhibit and this particular exhibit, Court's Exhibit number 6. Right, anything else?
Not for mistake.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury back. Let me hand y'all the.
Okay, thank you.
All rise for the jury. You be seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so CSI Coonrad, you were, so the state moved to introduce, Your Honor, 6 exhibits. They may be out of order, but can you tell me?
227 through 262.
227 through 262 inclusive.
All right, they're admitted.
And did you also collect items of evidence and bring certain items of evidence to court today?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits number 263, 264, and 265. If you'll take a moment and look and tell me if you recognize these 3 envelopes.
Yes.
Okay. And are all these 3 items of evidence, State's Exhibits 263, 264, and 265, were they all collected and packaged and placed under SAPD assignment number 16253595?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And each of these have your initials on them, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your badge number?
Yes, ma'am.
And the date in which you packaged them?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If you will please open each one and look inside without displaying the content since they haven't been introduced into evidence yet. Do you need scissors? Do you recognize the item that's contained in the envelope, State's Exhibit number 263?
Yes.
Okay, and that is your item E1, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's, if you'll please open, that you collected from, and all three of these items, State's Exhibit 263, 264, and 265, you collected them from room 213 at the Econo Lodge on November 21st of 2016.
Yes.
All right, if you'll please open State's Exhibit number 264 next, which is your E5. Do you recognize the items contained in State's Exhibit 264?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then State's Exhibit number 265, if you'll please open that as well. And do you recognize the items contained in State's Exhibit 265, which is your item E8?
Yes.
Okay. And the E numbers, E1, E5, E8, those correspond to the evidence markers that are placed inside the room where the items are collected, and then they're also shown in the photographs.
Yes, and also on my report.
And also in your report. All right, thank you. Your Honor, at this time the State moves to introduce State's Exhibits number 263, 264, and 265.
Just something for running the
And those are admitted.
So if we'll show State's Exhibit number 263, please. And what is inside State's Exhibit 263?
It is a Econo Lodge receipt.
And for the, just to briefly go through this, this is the Econo Lodge that you're referring to, the sign on State's Exhibit 210, 211 is the front of it,
Yes.
of the motel. Room 213 is where you search, you and Officer, or CSI Wong.
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 214 is a view of the room, is that right, of room 213?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 215 is another view, a different view of the inside of room 213, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so showing the form that you have in front of you, where was that item collected?
I believe there's some.
We can look at the photograph. If we look specifically at State's Exhibit number 228, this is item E1.
I believe it was over there on the nightstand next to the bed.
If we zoom in, you can see you can see a piece of paper labeled E1. Okay, and State's Exhibit number 227, is that the document that you have in front of you, State's Exhibit 263A, your E1?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that, sir?
This is a receipt from the Econo Lodge at the address that we were at. It's made out to a Christian Fields, has an address out of Houston, has an account number, a date, a room number, arrival, departure, check-in time, and the balance.
All right, so this appears to be the receipt that a customer would receive upon checking in. Is that correct?
Yes.
So then, State's Exhibit 263 corresponds to E1, which is shown in State's Exhibit 227. There's also there's numerous numbers of items you either collected or you swabbed or fingerprinted. Is that
Yes.
right? Swabbed. And so we didn't ask you to bring all the sheets and the towels and stuff that you collected. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But those are listed. If we look here, State's Exhibit 2 appears to be some sort of bed stain here or some sort of red stain on the bed.
Yes.
State's Exhibits 3 and 4, can you tell us what those are?
I believe those are towels.
Okay, and that's State's Exhibit 229. State's Exhibit 221 shows your E5 and E6. You brought E5 to court today, is that right, sir?
Yes.
Okay, would you please look in State's Exhibit number 264 and show the jury?
Back in.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Right here behind you is what's been introduced into evidence of State's Exhibit number 264. If you could please open that up and show the jury what's inside State's Exhibit 264.
It's various articles of clothing that were laying on the bed.
Okay, and so that specifically is what, sir?
This
If you
is,
can pick it up and show the jury.
it's a multicolored camo type, looks like a thermal type top.
Okay, and primarily red and maroon in color?
Red, maroon, green, black.
Okay, thank you. And then what other items of clothing are located in State's Exhibit number 264?
Another shirt.
And there's some markings if you look at...
It looks like two, these are like two shirts on top of each other, white and a black.
And then there's some markings inside, like on the white shirt, in the white and the black shirt, we can see SC9409 on both, and I assume it's on the red shirt as well?
Yes.
What does that stand for?
That stands, that's for my initials and badge number.
Okay, so when you collect an item of evidence, you mark it with your initials and badge number
Yes.
to later identify that in court should you need to.
Yes.
And then
And it looks like a small, like
a t-shirt, tank top.
tank top, white
Okay,
beater,
yeah.
as they normally call them.
Again, your initials.
Yes. And then looks like just another white T-shirt,
Okay.
long sleeve. And then looks like a Spurs. Spurs or
Austin Spurs basketball. Again, your initials.
yes.
And those were found on the bed.
Yes, they were
That's
just
shown.
right there, all on top of each other on the bed, and they were asked just to kind of collect them all.
So while you put those in, and did you find your initials, or will you look please to see if it was on the red camo shirt?
Yes.
Okay, underneath the tag. Is that right? SC9409?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Okay, and then also State's Exhibit number 6. I'm sorry, E6, State's Exhibit 232 appears to be a backpack.
Yes.
Now, in this entire search of the room, did you find any type of file?
No.
State's Exhibit number 7. What is State's Exhibit number 7?
That was another tank top, white beaters, they call them, type shirt.
All right. State's Exhibit number 8, or I'm sorry, E8, which is shown in State's Exhibit number 234. Were those items located there, like the trash can and the various receipts, or were you instructed to do something regarding the searching the trash cans in the location?
We searched the trash can for any type of evidence, and once we went through it, we laid out various things, and were asked what they wanted collected, and they wanted just the general receipts and the mail.
Okay, so the items that's shown in E8, the general receipts, it's E8, State's Exhibit number 234, the photograph. Where were those receipts found?
They were inside the trash can.
Okay. And prior to, I mean, obviously, how did the trash can get on the coffee table?
Oh, I mean, as we started going through it, we set it there.
Okay, so it was on the ground at first, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 233. Is that how the coffee table appeared prior to, with the couch and the Pizza Hut box?
Yes.
All right, and then later you put the trash can there in order to search it, and then photograph
Laid out everything out.
the receipt. So State's Exhibit 235 shows a photo of the receipts, which is your E8, which is State's Exhibit 264, is that correct?
Or 265.
265, okay. And can you look at those receipts, please? So there are what appear to be 5 receipts and 1 letter. Is that right, sir?
Yeah, you had what I call like your general, what they call bulk mail, just says postal customer.
Okay, and it has the address of 230 Lombrano Street, San
Yes.
Antonio, Texas, 78207?
Yes.
Okay, and then what other receipt do you see in there?
And then we had, this receipt has really gotten faded. I can't make it out now.
Okay, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 237. Yeah, it seemed like it was faded then at the time, but it has a date of 11/13 on it. Okay. And then there's another receipt, just kind of going through the receipts quickly, a Jack in the Box receipt, State's Exhibit 238, which has the date of 11/19/16.
Yes, I have a Jack in the Box.
State's Exhibit 239 is a receipt from Star Stop, which has the date of 11/18/2016.
That's right, this one right here. So I have, yeah, that's probably this one right here. This one here started to get faded, but yes, this one here.
Okay. There's a Walmart receipt, State's Exhibit 240, which has the date of, at the bottom, 2/16/16.
Yes.
Can you see that here? Okay. And then it looks like finally the last receipt is a Dollar General store receipt that has the date of 11/20/16.
Yes.
And the time, it says 10:28:54, so 10:28:54 seconds. And it looks like it was a Milky Way single was purchased, some sort of, it looks like Butterfly Princess,
Yeah.
and then a cashback fee.
Yes.
Is that correct? Is that what you see? But the date is November 20th of 2016.
Yes.
And that was the only receipt that you found in the hotel room for that date, right? November 20th of 2016?
Yes, as far as the receipts that were in the trash.
And then going through the other items, State's Exhibit 242 and 243 are just other items of clothing, you know, a t-shirt, pants, a hat, which is shown in State's Exhibit 242. State's Exhibit 244 shows some other items. Looking at State's Exhibit number 244, what is State's Exhibit number 10?
10, I believe, was a cell phone that was in the drawer.
And what is that cell phone in the drawer, what is the serial number and the type of phone?
It was a blue and black color ZTE brand cell phone, model Z828, and the serial number was 325-360-313-127.
And all the items that you have marked were either collected or they were swabs, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if it's not a physical item, it's a swab you took.
Yes, more than likely we either collected the item or we swabbed it, printed. I mean, there were probably a few things that they were like, you know, that we didn't have to collect, but for the most part, I want to say that we probably collected most things.
Right, and the directions were to just collect everything as evidence just in case. Is that fair to
Yeah,
say?
a lot of it was kind of like an inventory type deal.
State's Exhibit 245 is deodorant. State's Exhibit 246, it's more towels. Is that correct? 13, 14, and 15 appear to be towels.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 247 shows some sort of like stain or something on some curtains at the Econo Lodge. Same with 248. I mean, you don't have any, I mean, if that's related or not to anything.
Yeah,
Or
that's
how
what I
long
said.
they've been
Most of
there.
that was either probably collected, swabbed, both.
Okay. Then looking at other items that were either collected, so we have here State's Exhibit 262. It looks like a swab 18 and 19 and 20 appear to be swabs because it's the like the drawer is 19, the lamp is 18, and the alarm clock is 20. Is that right,
I
sir?
believe so.
Will you go look at your report, please, to confirm?
Yes, the 18 was for the lamp, 19 was the drawer handle, and 20 was the alarm clock.
And then 20 also shows the location of State's Exhibit 243, which is E1, right?
Yes.
Okay, then moving to the other side of the bed, State's Exhibit 250, it looks in 251, just various items from lotions, contacts, swabbing, is that right, next to a phone?
Yeah, all that stuff was 21, like you said, was 21 was swabs. That was from that lamp. 22 was a lot of that miscellaneous stuff that you were just showing right there. We kind of grouped it together. It was just like the contact lenses and the
Sure.
and that kind of stuff. And then 23 was the swabs taken from the hotel room telephone. 22 was all the other stuff that was personal property type stuff.
Sure. And then State's Exhibit 252 shows a table that's kind of next to that same coffee table. If you look at the photographs.
Yes,
And
because
it
24 was the swabs of the handle, and then moving forward, 25 was a pair of clippers that were collected, and 26 was DNA swabs from that lamp. 27 were swabs from the drawer handle, and that's all for that area.
Okay. And what is E28?
28 were swabs from the, I believe, the air conditioner control panel and the buttons and knobs.
All right, and E29, your E29?
E29 were swabs from the microwave handle buttons.
All right, so let's look at State's Exhibit 253, which shows, I guess, the microwave swab, the swab from a drawer, and then the swab from the top of the refrigerator, right? 31?
Yes, or the refrigerator handle.
A refrigerator handle.
Yeah, which is right there on top.
And E32, sir?
32.
Oh, that's from the bed, right?
Yes, because actually 30 we did an A, B, and C. Those were from all the drawer handles. We did separate ones.
All right, State's Exhibit 262 is the remote.
Yes, those are swabs from the remote.
All right, and then we move on, almost finished. We move on to State's Exhibit 254, which shows 33 and 35, both the door handle and the light switch.
Yes.
So were those swabs as well?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 255, which shows E34, light switch swabs.
Yes.
Okay, and we did 35 in the previous picture. 36, again, another door handle. State's Exhibit 256. 37, 257, the toilet seat. Is that right? It was printed?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 258. Is it close-up of that?
Yes.
All right. State's Exhibit 38 and 39. In the sink area, what is that, sir?
That was a partial bar of soap, and 39 were swabs from the sink faucet.
Okay. And then we have 40 and 41 shown in State's Exhibit 260 from the bathtub.
And those were swabs from the shower head, the handles, and from the spout lever.
Okay. And then the soap on E41?
Oh, we even also did the drain.
Okay.
41 was a partial bar soap that was in the tub.
All right. And State's Exhibit 262, a pair of shoes labeled as E42?
Yes.
Okay. And those were collected as well, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the various swabs we've gone through, you fingerprinted, or you were able, you fingerprinted multiple areas, but you were able to lift prints from what particular areas, sir?
Let's see. I was able to get some latent prints from the window and a tube of lotion
Okay.
that was there.
And once you lift the prints, they then get submitted to San Antonio Police Department, the latent print section.
Yeah, ID, and then it's up, and then they'll either they usually contact in the follow up and say whether they got some kind of identification.
Okay. And so was that it in terms of what you did in terms of processing and collecting evidence of room 213 of the Econo Lodge located at 10815 Northeast, 35 North on November 21st, 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
No questions, Judge.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to gather up everything.
Yeah.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to go ahead and break for the day. Tomorrow we'll go the full day, 9 o'clock, till about this time. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you in the morning at 9.
All right for the jury?
Okay, thank you.
And then that's the copy of my report you gave me.
Thank you.
Do you keep that or do you keep that?
Yeah, I'll give it to you. Thanks.
And then here's these three things.
Thank you.